Good morning, everyone. It's Friday, September 1st. New month, new you. Um, Sorry for the slight delay in the start today, but I did want to make sure that this session was recorded because we should have journalist up here with another DD, this time for Homebuilders. So, very curious to see what he's got for us. But before he comes up in the little piece that we have, let's go over some of the earnings for next week. I'll post that screenshot in just a second.
And I believe journalist said he's going to be here around 9 with his DD.
Oh, you wouldn't want to miss that.
Yeah.
Did we go over the economic news already?
No, go for it.
Non-farm employment change up 187K versus 169 expected. Unemployment rate 3.8% versus 3.5% expected. So it's kind of interesting. The amount of employed people went up, as well as the unemployment rate, which implies more people are re-entering the workforce. Oh, average hourly earnings also went up 0.2 versus 0.3% expected month over month. So I imagine a lot of people who left the workforce due to COVID are now returning at lower pay, if only so that they can put food on put inflated cost food on their increasingly sparse tables.
But why now? What's changed? I thought all these things have always been true. Food was inflating before.
It's now reflected in the economic data, or in this case, Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Of labor statistics.
Yeah, it's showing up in the paper now, where it wasn't before.
Gooper. So yes, GameStop is a play in my opinion. You've got two options here. You can possibly do both. Option 1, buy GameStop September 8 $40 calls for now 5 cents or less. The expectation is that the increased implied volatility over the weekend as earnings approaches will overcome the cost of theta. Alternatively, you could look at buying a roughly $18.50, $19 strangle for $2.60 or less, and for the same reason. Yeah, journalist talks a lot, says relatively little.
So for people asking about the GME play coming up, I know you've explained that a couple times. If you want to summarize it, you can. But I've also seen people asking whether the movie is going to have a big impact on their stock price.
No idea. I haven't seen the movie, and it didn't last time.
Well, this one coming out is like a major theatrical release with I think it's in 3 weeks it's coming out, but
we will see
September 15th. September 15th it comes out.
Oh,
okay, so after earnings. So we'll see how it works afterwards. To summarize the thesis, in the run-up to earnings, GameStop's implied volatility increases dramatically, sometimes as much as 3x. So IV goes from 100 to 300, let's say. Vega is the jiggle factor, or the sensitivity of an option's price to the security's implied volatility. So using that knowledge, you calculate the expected change in implied volatility by the Vega, and subtract the number of days to expiration multiplied by the theta to estimate if the expected increase due to Vega will outpace theta, within which is your profit. Now keep in mind, the stock is still moving. The underlying stock price still changes. So you want to find the farthest out of the money calls you can because of their sensitivity to delta, or they have a very low delta, which is the sensitivity to the underlying stock price. Separately, another way you can hedge out delta is to buy a strangle, buy a long call and a long put, both at the money. And that's pretty much how I've deployed my capital, only because liquidity isn't where I need it to be.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I wanted to talk about AVGO's earnings. Pretty in line, but I think markets were kind of wanting a ridiculous NVIDIA beat. Did not see that with AVGO. The play I have for this is calls on NVIDIA, because I think this makes the NVIDIA nonsensical moves go up dramatically, especially going into a Friday, 3-day weekend. I'm expecting it to pop a little bit, and it's up almost a full % in pre-market right now.
So I saw something about their guidance not being as...
What was that? Was that
sounded like a small child blowing a whistle. A sound I have heard often in my own house. I wanted to talk about the Tingo group when we're done with AVGO.
What's the Tingo group? That's all I really had. It's just, I think NVIDIA will be interesting, but maybe not AVGO today.
I'm going to keep an eye on it. I like it. TIO. Ticker is TIO. It's called the Tingo Group. It's ran by a guy named Mabusi Adagwu Banye, a.k.a. Dozy Mambusi, a noted Czech fraudster and scammer who has somehow become the president of a company in Nigeria. He's like truly a Nigerian prince in every sense of the word. And he fraudulently claimed to have a PhD. He also claimed to have invented the first payment app in Nigeria. When we contacted the people that had the actual payment app, they said they never heard of him. He also claimed to have a farm division that was generating $577 million in revenue. However, when the 100 farmers of the cooperative were contacted, they said that Dozy Mambusi was a scammer. The Tingo Group made news last night when $725 million in claimed cash disappeared from their balance sheet overnight. So there's a Hindenburg report on this. I've just sort of recapped the previous Hindenburg report on them. You guys can read through it. But it's some big downsies ahead for the TO Group, as it appears that they are completely a house of cards.
Is he related to George Santos or what?
Well, they're trading at $1 and change. I mean, there's not much meat left on that.
They're
scam bone.
They're 50-cent puts, and I'm buying them. There's also dollar puts. Anyway.
Strip that bone bare.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I just got on. I thought you were just telling a funny story.
Well, it involves princes, money, and a blimp.
And a blimp. Yeah.
Oh.
So I've gone ahead and posted the article there that talks about the fake phones, and then the press release last night. The title of it from Hindenburg Report is literally Tingo Group forges ahead with brazen scam. What a title. 725 million blown off their books overnight.
I wonder if they've definitely got some short positions for sure.
Well, if you look on the weekly chart, it's resolving a head and shoulders pattern. I think that other shoulder is just going to be real deep. Oh, this guy is personally in Tingo long. Bold move, my friend. Bold move.
See, the problem I have with scammers is like the Carvana syndrome, right? I mean, they're total scammers, but look at what happened with Carvana. The price went up. And that's the part that scares me about these shady people. They always find a way to get even shadier. It happened with Carvana. It happened with a bunch of other stocks where you have shady operators.
Back in the day, it was Enron.
I mean, they're up like what? Almost 25 cents over the past couple days.
Do any of you guys play Lulu? They beat on earnings and had strong guidance, which I didn't know if they were going to repeat from last time, but of course they did.
Yeah, how are you gonna buy puts on a company that makes yoga pants?
I
Come
did
on,
that
Rock
once.
Bar.
I learned I learned my lesson, and I was like, you know what? I'll buy calls this time. And then I was like, no, that's what they want me to do. So I just didn't do anything.
Oh, wow. Damn, I wish I had that fucking inner voice.
Well, my inner voice keeps... I need to inverse my inner voice. That's the problem.
That's what they want you to do. Damn, man. Sounds like you're you have an infinite inverse going on.
I've gotten a few of them right, though. I did well on Adobe and a couple other... Like, usually tech ones I'm okay with, but when it comes to women's products, like Ulta, I'm not good with that.
Yeah, final thought on the Tingo group. It's going to be incredibly hard to get in on this play. The options are thinly traded with low volume. So execution price probably won't be great. It's very possible that even if you bet against them and they go down, you end up still losing money just because of the fact that they're thinly traded and low volume options with pretty low strike prices. So be advised that it's not a free money machine. It's far from it.
What you can do, Scald, is buy an in the money put, and then as the price falls, you can exercise the put and get out. To exercise the put, you buy the shares at the current price and then sell it for the strike price of the put that's in the money. So you don't have to rely on the option market being liquid.
That's very smart, Hardy. Very smart.
There's 4,200 open interest for the dollar put on TO.
That is a lot higher than what I looked. Yeah.
Those are people who own the contract. That's the ask price, which is wide during the market. It'll probably drop to 7 or 8 cents.
I mean, you don't think it'll go up since the stock's down 17 cents pre-market? It looks like it's open at $1.10-ish.
I guess it depends which expiration you're looking at.
I'm looking for the September monthly.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, somebody running
it's not going to go above $1, so think of that as your limit. But yeah, okay, sort of 11 cents a share. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the stock would have to go to 25 cents for it to be around 60 something cents. So you'd be looking at
about
maybe if you get them for 5 cents, you could probably make, I don't know, maybe 50 cents a contract.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's a silly. On second thought, let us not go to TO. It is a silly place. I did not, by the way, get out of my Camping World holding put yesterday. I stayed in it.
I also did not get out of my Pinduoduo calls, but it's over 100 right now in pre. So, Jesus,
can you guys hear the trimmer going on in the background on my feed? Should I mute myself?
You're good. If it comes bad, we'll ping you.
No doubt.
More distracted by what Scald posted.
me see.
This is exactly what you
Go
get
ahead.
calls on them.
I have to admit, Scott, those are really nice leggings.
Quality product from Lululemon right there. Anyway.
Cha, what the fuck? Like, those are absolutely vaporware. What's it look like when you take those off? Everything's gonna fall out.
So, in other news on Novavax, it's about down to $8. Looking at adding options to my shares. I'm really going all out on this one, and it could screw me for sure. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, I'm in the $10 calls for Novavax. I paid 95 cents a contract. It was up yesterday for a little bit, but now it's down 87 cents a contract.
I am in for shares on Novavax, and I am down currently. I bought around a little bit above 8. So that's pretty awesome.
Well, I mean, I think if they do get like approval for their vaccine, or when that gets announced in September or whatever it was, I mean, it definitely doesn't seem like it's priced in at this point.
I'm sorry, guys, I missed it. Are you talking Novavax?
No, it's not priced in at all at this moment.
Oh yeah, it's nowhere priced in. It got hit so bad because U.S. never got
short interest. The short interest is high. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just waiting for some juicy news to happen, and then it's gonna hopefully go up.
Do you guys think that's true, even if it doesn't come to the U.S.?
Well, I mean, we're betting on it, so I'd say some people here think it's.
As I said before, it didn't last.
I mean, what's our actual realistic price target here if it does get approved and say there is some sort of miracle squeeze? Like, we looking at? I mean, it looks
100
like
a share. 100 a share. That's my target.
Yeah, 100.
The last high was like 75, and that was back in August of 22. And
you
then
you can kind of look at what Carvana did. I mean, right? Carvana's at $400 a share, fell all the way to what, $5? Now it's up at 50.
Yeah,
I would say 30 for NVAX, or like 25, 30, maybe 20 to 30.
I was trading NVAX at 200 and something.
There you go.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, he was trading it at like $200. I think $100 a share is like easily a good price target.
Yeah, if I believe that's true,
especially if they have product that they can successfully vaccinate people with in the United States. That would be a game. That would be the game changer. When they
and you all have done research.
I mean, and then obviously, COVID has to continue to be a problem, somewhat.
I'm not. That's my thinking. If I could play devil's advocate, or not devil's advocate, but play opposite side here and just be like, maybe COVID, nobody gives a shit about it anymore. Maybe it's just, maybe it won't come back and be a huge thing anymore. Maybe,
I mean, there's a left. So I think people are going to continue to get vaccinated.
The easiest way to check is to see how swine flu worked out in Asia, because swine flu didn't really become an issue in America.
Did you guys read the article about the pandemic in 1956?
So no,
Why don't you post it in
missed that
the
one.
chat?
No, I read an article about a week ago. I'll try to post it. Thanks, man.
Let's read this article. I definitely want to read it because I had never heard of anything that in that time period.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
Yeah,
like
it was forgotten. That's
Cold-
right.
Cold-
I'll show it to you. I'll
Cold-
find it.
like Cold War era.
Coco, I
the
also
entire
got
latter
COVID.
half of the 1900s is Cold War.
Yeah, but I would say I guess you're right.
Coco, I'm not saying that COVID's going to disappear. I got COVID this summer too, but as far as 2020 levels, I just don't ever see it like being like that again.
The
The thing of what it is too is it's just going to continue to get weaker.
Exactly.
We did have a pandemic.
The 1957-58 Asian flu pandemic was global pandemic of influenza virus H2N2. It originated in Ginzhou of southern China. The number of excess deaths caused by the pandemic is estimated to be 1 to 4 million around the world. We only had we didn't have a bunch of it though, but it was a deal that people haven't talked about.
I don't think
we kind of squashed it too.
We hadn't.
What's that? Sorry, what?
We hadn't quite globalized at that point, so I could see. I don't know. I could see it being more difficult to spread.
Yeah, China was still closed at that point, right?
At 57, I don't know, man.
Well, when was Nixon president? Nixon was president. Yeah, in the early 60s, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's when China opened up. So that's right before China opened up.
I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't know that though. So, thanks.
Bit of a sidetrack. For those of you on TD Ameritrade, I believe this weekend you get transitioned over to Schwab. So just a kind of a sidetrack thought. And then,
same thing for E-Trade.
Yeah, that's over Labor Day weekend. And then Nova Nordisk on September 20th is doing a 2-for-1 stock split. So if you want to, you can play that.
You keep in mind, folks, since Monday is a holiday, if you are buying options today to go into next week, remember you only have 4 days of next week. So don't mess up your contracts.
And if I remember correctly, I'd have to go back and look at the charts, but usually after Labor Day weekend is kind of like not an awesome week.
I found some information on that pandemic. I posted it in the chat.
Yeah, I did that.
Did anybody get into the I think I asked this yesterday actually. Did get into the Apple Play to fill the gap from earnings?
I didn't catch it in time.
It's still not terrible. It's like the $95 calls for the 22nd are still like $1.14.
Bro, did you guys see the interview with the Mullen CEO and Charles Payne? It was fucking hilarious. Like, he started asking him, like, dude, why are you getting paid so much? And his mic cut out. That was pretty much the end of the interview. He's like, bro, y'all are spending way too much money. Y'all are a small company. What's with all these, expenses? And he's like, you're getting paid way too much. And his mic cut out. And that was the end of the interview.
Only they'd have taken some of that CEO pay and put it into a better mic and stable internet, he could have answered that question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like, his IT guys cut him. They're like, oh, you're done.
Speaking of like really high levels of executive compensation, is Airbnb still paying out just like stupid amounts of money to its employees and C staff? I think so, but stock's up.
Did you guys see that Tesla released the Highland Model 3 today?
No.
So
that.
yeah,
300. Yeah,
That's
374 miles or 400 miles.
yeah. I'm not 100% sure on the range because it was in kilometers, and I'm a stupid American. But
And that's
it
the
was
SUV, right?
no. That's the Model 3. So that's like the entry level sedan, like coupe,
right.
not a
Yeah,
coupe,
okay.
but like a sedan. Yeah. But so the completely redesigned exterior. There's 2 screens. There's a screen for the back seat now. Ventilated seats, so they're going to be able to have heated as well as cooled seats. Extended range, no performance model right now, but there's a long and a standard. Going on sale in Europe and China first. There's no, and as well as Australia, there's no announcement yet for North America. I think that they had applied for permits to demolish a production line in Fremont that they're either in the middle of or probably just about done with retooling. And then once that production line is up and running, they'll start selling them here in the US. So it looks like the starting price is going to be relative to where we're at right now. But once this news comes out full bore in the US, it's probably going to hurt sales of the existing inventory because the new one is just like way better than the ones that exist right now. So Q3 might suck for Tesla based off of that, unless they can really do some like deep discounts and push out the inventory before they start selling the new ones.
It's a very pretty car. Nice lines. I think it was 374 for the low end miles and 400 and change, which is nice for the high end, for the the pro model, whatever you call it.
The long range, yeah.
Have you?
I mean, I have a standard range Y right now, and like, I wish that I had gone with the long range, because real world miles are definitely different. So like that 400 and whatever, mile one is probably going to get closer to like 380, depending on how you drive. If you drive like a grandma, then you can get close to the full mileage. But if you like making the fast car drive fast, it definitely will decrease the range.
That's amazing, man. We got one of the first Sportsters when this was putting out, and we don't have it anymore. Believe it or not, we sold it to a family member, and it's amazing the range now. But things got to get once things get 1,000 miles and 800 miles, 500 miles isn't bad. But then you can go somewhere without stopping.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't mind the stopping. It's actually kind of nice. I mean, sometimes it's annoying. Like if you got somewhere to go and you don't have the half hour to stop and charge, it's a pain in the ass. And then especially like if you don't have home charging, it can definitely be a pain. But
bro, my Jeep only gets 200 miles to a gallon. I gotta stop and fill it up every 200
you got. That's because you got soul. You're not a heel.
Oh, well, it's got enormous tires on it, so
yeah, right. I was gonna say, you got the 6-cylinder fucking big beefy off-road tires on there.
Oh yeah. It's a 94 YJ. It drinks gasoline.
Nice. Yeah, I was actually surprised. I rented one of the 4-cylinder Jeeps, and I was surprised at like how good the gas mileage was. I was getting like 20-something miles a gallon. I was like, "Am I in a Jeep? Is this really a Jeep?" I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
fantastic. That's really great. Thank you very much for your contribution. Hello everyone.
Okay, hold on. I got. Hang on. I gotta go make. I gotta go make breakfast.
Hold on, wait.
for
We need intro
an
music
hour.
for this twat.
Let me go. I'll see you guys later. God dang it, man.
Good morning.
It's like my.
Have a good day. Have a good weekend, everyone. Try not to lose too much money. See you guys.
Sorry, guys. Where's opinion?
Have a good weekend.
Take it easy.
Have a good weekend. I'll see y'all later.
Opinion. And the rest of the mods, please. Can you mute the audience here, because I think they keep talking. I don't know what they were talking about. This is investment talk.
Dude, you just fucking showed up.
Because I already agreed that
let's all be cordial.
9
Don't
in the morning I would be on a stage walking you through a new
Yeah,
DD.
you're right.
All right, may I start?
If you have a time limit.
All right, so you will give me 5, 7, 8 minutes, okay? No one speaks while I speak, okay?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so good morning, buenos
Google,
dias,
give me 7 minutes.
Wait, will you keep interrupting me? Because the more you interrupt me, the more it's going to take for me to start. Okay. Now, the purpose of today's meeting here is to basically walk you through what could be a potential, and I'm saying potential, and this obviously this is not a financial advice, value investing case. And it's not me who actually is coming up with this idea in the US market. I did prior to Warren Buffett, the UK market, okay? But now the US market, kind of after Berkshire Hathaway bought a stake in the house building sector, I was curious about, hey, hold on, I have been following the UK market. Now let me do some analysis on the US market, right? So that's what I did for you. You are welcome. So I will start with the news. Everyone knows that recently Warren Buffett appeared to be betting on the housing market in the US. He bought, actually, if I'm not wrong, 3 companies, right? But we will be focusing on only one. And I will show you why that one is the one that matters, okay? So, may I will ask the audience to basically pay attention to the chat, because I will be sharing a lot of charts for your understanding of a narrative behind the investment case on the chat. So I will be copy and pasting 3-4 chats. I would like everyone to basically open the chat on the right side, if I'm not wrong, and have a look at the charts, okay, to basically get the idea. Because I am more visual than text, and I guess given the IQ level of the community, you are even more visual than text driven. So the first chart, because I would like you to basically pay attention. Well, everyone knows, I guess, in the US, D.R. Horton. I don't know if you pronounce it like Dr. Horton or what, but that's one of the biggest house builders companies in the US. And this is where basically Warren Buffett went kind of all in within the sector. So basically he bought 1.75, that is close to 2% for those who have, struggling with maths, like close to 2% of the outstanding shares, okay? That's too much, okay, coming from Warren Buffett. So D.R. Horton is going through a trajectory of revenue growth that is amazing, fucking amazing. Check out this chart. Let's start with the revenues, with the income statement chart, where I am basically plotting revenue growth trend in the last 7 years, gross profit, operating income, and net income. So what you can see is that the growth fucking rate bought in this company. So check out this chart as well. Let me just post it here. So I'm snipping, bear with me, dear audience, we love you. We want you to make money here, not lose. I'm just copying and pasting. Here you go. So basically you have, if you open the chart, you will see that in the last years, this company has been, freaking killing it in the market. They have tripled their revenues from 2015. Okay, so in 2015 their revenues were 10 billion, and now they are reporting 35 billions in revenue. That's a 3x. But hey, pay attention to the gross margin. That's where the magic happens. If you are able to let your top line increase, but have under control the cost of the revenues, the cost of the top line, that's basically what you will get as an investor. Okay, because
All right, come on, let's go.
Okay, what other plays do we have today?
All right. I'm gonna get him a soundboard, some like sound effects or something. Just liven that up a little bit.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks for letting me back on.
At times he makes some good points. I think that he feels that we're sarcastic a lot here. To me, that's just kind of sarcasm, but it's his delivery. Well, mine too.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sound like,
I'm not gonna lie. I think the stage was the only one who could hear him.
No, I could hear him.
Yeah,
a bunch of people was saying he was muted.
Yeah, no, there was like pockets of silence, but then he came back. I figured his signal was just going in and out.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. Have you guys realized that on, I think, Facebook and others, there's Elon Musk talking about these investments? You could tell it's a fake, lips, a deep fake or whatever, and there's no, it's an actual sponsored commercial for on those social media. Have you guys seen? I've seen a lot of them lately. Anyone else?
Yeah.
So what the heck's going on? I mean, that's such a scam. What the hell?
So it looks like
just a second. Why was journalist muted?
Yeah, good.
Why was journalist muted? Why was journalist?
He wasn't muted.
Yeah, I think there was some kind of connection issues on his end, so we just have to move it on because, we have like 20 minutes till market open, and we can only give him so much time.
So it looks like there's in the short term for that ticker DHI that journalist was just talking about. I posted my own chart in the chat for the options activity, and it looks like there's more in the short term put volume or bearish volume than there actually is bullish. So there may be a better entry into that position if you're looking to go long on it than there is right now. But I shared yesterday after this chat had already shut down that I was getting into ANET. That still looks like an accessible play at this point. Depending on how it opens. I think it's up a little bit pre-market. Yeah, it's up $2, so maybe not.
All right. TO down 7%. Dang. Yeah, they did get hit.
Is journalist muted? He keeps complaining in the chat.
EDZ calls into the year. If we're gonna continue this kind of cycle of big tech and non-emerging markets dominating, we're gonna see probably this emerging market bear 3x share maybe return to its 52-week high.
So I'm sure some of you guys have seen this, but a few days ago we talked about 3D printing on here. And this week Apple announced that they're going to be using 3D printing technology to produce their next generation watches. So that's
my
pretty
field.
interesting. Who was that? Who is
That's
that?
me. That's me.
Who's me?
Nerd Bond.
Oh, Nerd. Oh, you're the one that's got the 3D printers, right?
Yeah, I run a business.
Very cool. Yeah, so we were talking about that just a week ago here on Wall Street Bets, and then now Apple's announcing that they're going to be using 3D printing to produce their next generation watches.
That does not surprise me at all.
Same.
Adidas is already Adidas has a 3D printed shoe. Watch band would be easy to print. It's this foam type of 3D printed technology. It's not quite rubber or plastic. It's more of this durable type of foam that's what Adidas is using anyway. It's really cool. You guys look it up and look into it.
And then the bigger thing there is that they also said that if they're successful doing it with a watch, that they plan on using it for other products as well. And I totally see
why manufacture things. Why manufacture things in a different country when you could have 1,000 of them print off while you're all at home sleeping?
Correct. Correct.
Once it gets modernized, then maybe it'll fix that made in China syndrome we spoke about yesterday.
There's so many products that are they're not really mainstream products, but there's a lot of printed products in the market these days that are just made by your average Joe.
So the question is, as far as plays go, are there like companies like You said you have a company, you do 3D printing in your company, Nerdbond. Are there like public companies that do what you do on a bigger scale?
Yes. There's I think the biggest was it not they called
There's an
something
ArcETF for
systems.
3D printing.
Say that again.
There's a ArcETF for 3D printing. It's PRNT.
Oh, okay. But I think I want to do some more research because I think if Apple is doing this, I wouldn't be surprised if other tech companies are going to start looking at that because the opportunities for scaling manufacturing is just huge. Because
Okay,
if you want to double your output, all you have to do is get another printer, which is amazing, and you can do that over and over again.
So your largest companies are going to be 3D Systems, which I do believe is publicly traded. Stratasys, Materialize, and Proto Labs. I believe those are publicly traded.
Yeah, I want to look into this and maybe put a little DD together on this, but this might have some interesting implications for 2024.
Yeah, so if you, just look up the statistics on the growth of the market. It's supposed to like quadruple in the next 4 years.
Cool, and I think it. So the one thing that I've always been struggling with what like the government is trying to do with bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. is that on a macro level, we're in a situation where we have the lowest labor participation rate in almost 50 years. So if you're bringing manufacturing back and you're trying to do it with human bodies and you need people to do the work, it doesn't seem to fit with what the macro situation in our economy right now with the number of people that we have. And 3D printing kind of avoids that whole issue because, you pop in the data for the thing that you're trying to print, and you just let it print on its own, and you can walk away. You don't need to have a human being involved in that at all. And the precision that they can get with 3D printing right now is just incredible. What can be done? So I think it kind of solves the sticking point with bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. If you go to 3D printing.
Wouldn't that be great? For side talk here, cannabis stocks are opening high again today. More and more news is coming out this time about the government pushing the Schedule 3. Lots of articles, different places. It's popping. So maybe this is the time. This is not investment advice. Maybe this is the time to get into a little bit. It's funny, like FLGC, small nothing, was up 70% yesterday. But everything else is popping, and because of this news. And so anyway, do your own research, but maybe the time to get back into this loss-like companies.
What are the most profitable companies? Right now?
Tilray. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In cannabis, one of the largest proponents, I would say, in the Colorado market would be Starbuds company. I had to see who owns them. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they're pretty much 85% of all retail chains in Colorado.
I know there's that Florida has True Life. Or Trulieve.
No, Trulieve is doing okay. But Canada with Tilray. I'm not going to give any more names because some of them will maybe just fall, back to 50 cents again. So, but Tilray is big. Is the one you just spoke about in Colorado, is there a ticker on that?
Yeah, I'll look it up and I'll post it in general chat.
Thank you, sir.
Some of the tickers for cannabis that I have on a watch list include Green Thumb Industries. The ticker is Golf Tango Bravo India Foxtrot. It's a OTC stock. High Tide. The ticker is HITI. Kronos Group. Ticker is CRON. Canopy Growth Corp. CGC. Aurora Cannabis. ACB. There's a ETF called MSOS for cannabis, and there's another one called YOLO, YOLO. And another play that I heard mentioned on CNBC for cannabis was Scott's Miracle Grow, obviously, because they provide the fertilizer and stuff for the grows.
You could not, like, anything with fertilizer or any, like some non-organic compostable stuff. Just you don't want to touch that, man. It's not good for your health.
Oh, okay.
There's also Grow Generation, and Scotts has been moving up with that market for a while now. It's a whole different. Well, it's not a different ball game, but
yeah. But like you take it a step back and you think about what was it? The Monsanto class action lawsuit. It's the same company. It's made of the same stuff. You don't want to smoke that.
No, I absolutely right, and you're right. But that's the way it is. Hey, listen, I haven't touched corn in 10 years.
And you still feel sick about it.
I've got organic, man.
Yeah, I feel you. So before market, in about 2 weeks, Reuters posted this article yesterday saying ARM Holdings, SoftBank subsidy, is going to price its shares on September 13th, so in about a week and a half. And initially, before they meet with investors, they want to sell 10% of their stake, valued at $60 billion, and they own 25% in the Vision Funds, so that's the same thing as Vision Fund Sequoia, Vision Fund SoftBank. So maybe that's the IPO of this decade. It could be. I don't know. When they announce the price, hopefully on the 13th, they won't reprice it in on the 15th, and then maybe by August 10th, it'll IPO.
Does anyone have a sense of all the anchor investors involved in ARM, right? I'm hearing NVIDIA is going to have a share.
TSMC, Samsung, probably Apple.
Yeah, Apple.
I would say Sequoia. Probably, I would bet BlackRock, Oppenheimer, Invesco. We're just going to have to wait for the IPO price, because once that deal gets done behind closed doors, most insiders probably know the price. But it's not going to be TSMC America that owns it. It's going to be TSMC Taiwan. It's not going to be Amazon America that owns it. It's going to be Amazon like Germany. They're really probably going to try and distribute those assets to pretty much keep them safeguarded from short interest in the near future.
Well, I'm kind of worried about the inverse, right? So I'm selling covered calls on the NVIDIA position, right? And I'm afraid that once NVIDIA is announced as an anchor investor with all the hype going on, that any kind of short-term calls on NVIDIA are just going to get blown out.
So from what I understand, is what it looks like to me is it looks like insiders were selling off all of this week after earnings to reposition. And when the SPY moves up and we have the NASDAQ kind of move up and oil and the dollar's kind of stagnant, probably bear flag or bearish for, and then September's historically a poor month. So, I mean, if NVIDIA really is not restructuring, they're repositioning, it's probably to make liquid capital to buy into the ARM IPO. So is that meaning NVIDIA's oversold? Could be.
I don't know. When it comes to the ARM IPO, I think that thing's going to go so hot so fast just on AI hype that I'd rather wait 6 months before I'd even actually consider any kind of long-ish term position.
Well, you got to remember IPOs. Most of them fail within the first 18 calendar months. In terms of performance or PE. SPY puts it open. Is that how I feel about every day? Friday, it could be the Friday pump before the long weekend. Anybody else have contrary opinion to that?
It's opening at 4:53 as of right now.
Well, if nobody's got plays, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
One thing I did do is I got out of my UWMC positions. I've been holding the stock for about a year. It's gone up nicely, but I noticed the other day that their dividend payout ratio is around 537, which is wildly unsustainable. So it's kind of scared me. I mean, they're still paying an 8% dividend, but 500%, 537 dividend payout ratio is just crazy. Kind of scared me. So I got out of my positions entirely. It's a mortgage company. That, and then I saw an article yesterday that applications for new mortgages have dropped down to 1995 levels. So there's not a lot of activity in the mortgage space right now, apparently.
I got a plus 50% on FOMC. Is that true?
Oh, is that FOMO worldwide one?
Yeah, the one we joke around about and buy, for $5 a ton of it. Is that true?
Yeah.
50%?
So I've noticed it moves in this weird zigzag pattern. It's I don't know if it's being manipulated or what, but yeah, there's some days I've held that and it randomly shows 50% gain and then 50% loss, over and over. But it's still a funny
Mine's
internal meme
33%. Mine always says plus 33% or minus 33%. And that's literally the only two numbers mine ever says.
It's my fault, guys. I used a
Very
quarter
good
to
luck.
buy some shares, and that's probably all its volume for the month.
But I mean, I have, let's see, what do I have? I don't have any. I have a total of $5 invested, and it's worth $360 right now.
What?
But that's, I mean, the market. I don't think my numbers are refreshed. Yeah, that's what mine's saying.
Yeah, it doesn't give correct information. It gives numbers, but they're not everything.
Oh, it's all hot. That's great.
All right, we're coming close to market open. There it is.
Market open.
Also, fuck Fidelity for not allowing 0-day expirations anymore. It's so dumb. Not putting $1 million in an account. Ever.
Did they get rid of them?
Yeah, man.
Oh.
It means nothing, but
dude.
It means nothing this early, but Novavax is up almost 184, I think.
They were down for no reason yesterday, 8%.
Yeah, they always done that when before. It's always been like that. It seems for me all this time. But again, once this thing passes, we'll
Oh
see.
wow, YOLO just shot up a whole dollar, 8%. That cannabis ETF.
Yeah, they're gonna move again today. I think up.
So check this out. It's been 5 straight days of green. Ten. It's been. They snapped that 14-day losing streak. It feels like, and now it's just been on a roll since. Is this put time? Do you buy puts right here? Anybody? Probably.
Yeah, whoever gets in on cannabis before it really turns into what it's going to be, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry like beer, they're gonna be rich. Because it will eventually turn into that. But it's just, I mean, like, when. It's when is.
Not without federal legalization, and that's not
I
coming anytime
know,
soon.
I know. Progress always wins, though, man. Well, not always.
It's gonna be years.
I know.
Years
It
since
could.
it's legalized.
It could.
Listen,
it could.
You're going to
federally.
you're going to need a very heavily controlled House and Senate and a matching president for it to happen, because no political party is going to want to give the other party that win.
If they do ease the scheduling of it, that's what's making it move. I feel the news. Then you'll be able to do interstate legal commerce. You'll be able to do banking. So I mean, that would be a catalyst. No, until legalization. Do you think?
Yes, 100%.
As long as I've talked about this many times. As long as it remains federally banned, you cannot work for the government, even if it's legal in your state. You cannot get a government contract for your company if you have employees who are using medical cannabis, even if it's
but
legal in your state.
a bunch of those policies are based off its Schedule 1. It's scheduling. Yeah, a bunch of those policies are based off of that.
They're based off of the fact that it's federally illegal.
Right.
Whether it's a Schedule 1 or not doesn't change the fact that it's federally illegal. You cannot work for the government or contract with the government if you have people using it. And the government is the #1 employer in the United States.
When does the market top for the day? Is it now? Or am I just a bit optimistic?
Well, stocks only go up, so we're not at the top yet.
Well, SPY's an ETF. I wouldn't call it a stock. Oh, that was it. I missed it. Dang.
Yo, good morning.
UBS to cut 3,000 jobs after Credit Suisse takeover. Somebody's gonna squeal. That's awesome. Well, I'm probably muted. Am I?
Damn it, I missed it.
No, I'm not. Yeah, we got a lot of, I think the market's kind of springboarding from yesterday.
God damn it. There's a whole dollar drop in a 2-minute candle. I don't think people will smoke cannabis like they consume alcohol. Markets are already saturated legally, and it's nowhere near the illegal alcohol market.
I 100. I think people will switch. I think so many people will switch. I think a lot of people drink beer because they can't smoke.
So Missouri just legalized recreational marijuana, and I was against it because I didn't like the way it was regulated. You know, I saw how it was regulated in Colorado. Oh damn it! I missed that spy play. But I don't think the companies that are making cannabis legally or growing cannabis legally, and the ones who are making cannabis products legally are doing it the most safe and ethical way. It'd be like going to a liquor store, and every time you open up a bottle of whiskey, you have a chance to catch botulism. It's not the same thing, you know. You can still go buy moonshine from the guy down the holler, but it's not the same thing. So, and this is the thing. I can drink much more than I can smoke, but that's because I didn't drink for however many years. The same cannot be said for cannabis. Your tolerance, once you start, is very low, and it's something that will take years and years and years to build your tolerance. And then after that, it's like,
Yeah, try to say that when you're sitting there smoking a blunt with Snoop Dogg. And then you tell me how your tolerance is after smoking for 15 years.
I have. So it's like, I've been on the West Side.
Oh,
So
then
like,
there
I
you go.
understand. Yeah. So no, like, I don't like it. But you got to remember, most of these people, these rappers and these personas, don't smoke the potency that's being sold at retail environments. Their stuff is like, you know, you can drink Convassier or you can drink Hayden's Basil. You know, they're two different, pretty much of the same malts, but it's a matter of how you look at it. You know, it's like to each their own. So like, I don't like personally certain hybrids. I'd rather have a strictly sativa or a strictly indica. It's like the same thing if you're drinking what is it? I'm not a sommelier, so I don't know what the exact term is, but like a Cabernet, or what's the other wine? I don't drink wine, so I wouldn't even know. I can tell you about whiskey and scotch, but yeah, you see what I mean? It's all about your palate, and most retail environments don't cater to the palate; they cater towards profit. So you have to find the one who does the best business. And oftentimes the best businesses and how they receive their contracts from manufacturers or producers are not the ones who do the best business. So the illegal market in California nearly triples regular, legalized or regulated cannabis sales. Because of the interstate commerce law, people aren't getting prosecuted for transporting through Arizona anymore, because they take it directly from Colorado, and then Nebraska has stopped dealing with that stuff altogether. So that gets to Chicago, and then it can be sold all throughout the state of Illinois. Now you can go through Missouri. You don't have to worry. You just have to worry about going through Kansas. What else is there? Oregon. You know, Oregon has some of the highest yields out of any market. Washington State as well. Yeah, no, it's like, but also nowadays you can't really. Where did I just see? There was someone in California like 3 months ago, that was putting opium products in their cannabis edibles. Like, I'll have to find that article. But it's like, even at the state level, there isn't regulatory agencies for cannabis. It's not like the ATF. The ATF can't go and kick down, a grower's house in a legal state, because it's a completely different agency. And there's not even really an agency to enforce these kind of things. So if you were to grow a bad batch that had mold on it, and you were to develop, tracheal bronchitis from smoking this guy's ditch weed, That's not on. You can't go back and return your weed to the dispensary. You know, it's not like you can file a lawsuit.
They have lab testing.
But listen,
They make
man,
them lab
it's the same. It's the same thing. If you were to go to get your blood work done, and your doctor say works with a certain lab, and the doctor wants to prescribe you a prescription for high blood pressure, and the tests, coincidentally show that you have testing for high blood pressure, because he's going to sell you this prescription. When these things are, in bed with one another, it becomes very difficult to have any sort of transparency in the supply chain. So it's like the age-old saying, if you can't buy it from down the street, you can't really buy it in real life. It's not like, it's like if it doesn't come from a mom and pop shop, it's not really worth it. So yeah, it's like if your vape leaks, you can't really bring it back. They're just going to replace it. No, you can't return. It's not, but there's no law. So it's like you can't legally get a refund. They're just going to give you a new product in hopes that you shut up and don't write them a bad review on Google, or you don't call the state board and ask for their cannabis license to be removed.
If you went to a
and that's the thing, is like a lot of people, especially because here's the thing, a lot of people can develop sickness from inhaling too much cannabis. You can enter psychosis. You can be in a sedimentary state where you're unable to move. Yeah, the good old green out. There's nothing that you can do as a first-time cannabis consumer to know the risk versus the rewards for these things.
It's just reefer madness.
And I've smoked plenty in my day. I've been smoking since I was 13. I've been drinking since I was 12. I can tell you all about cannabis. I can tell you about incredibly bad takes. No, here's the thing. If you're gonna smoke, that's on you. But if you smoke fucking mid, that's also on you. If you grow mid, do better. Nobody's gonna buy that shit. No, because here's the thing. When you get to a point in your life and you're a fucking man, you don't care what legal weed means. You don't care what the term legal alcohol means. You're gonna buy the best shit that you like. You're gonna buy the shit that gets your head right. You're gonna buy the shit that makes your stomach feel good. You can look at fucking Joey Diaz. He takes these little stars of death and does a podcast. If you were to take one of those, you couldn't fucking breathe. That's how they're like 500 milligrams, and that's like taking 16, 17 Vicodin. Back to back. It's like almost ODing.
Are you saying that marijuana is like Vicodin?
No. I'm saying very, 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 very high amounts and a very concentrated dose of cannabis can be like taking opioids. It can be like drinking a copious amount of alcohol.
Do me a favor and post some articles about that. Scientific, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'll find scientific. I just haven't looked at any of the data for a lot of weed OD. You can't really the term OD is like a cultural term, like OD, like you're being OD about it, like you're overdosing on the fact. So it's like when someone comes in here and does their DD on something, they get mad because their outcome is not being, their opinion's not being validated the way they're being OD about it. Yeah, people have killed themselves over weed. People. Just stop talking, Zima. No, man. Here's the thing. If you had an expert opinion on cannabis, I could tell you that investing in cannabis stock is not a good way to make a rate of return, because the insiders or the people who fund these things, I commit federal level trafficking offenses in Minecraft. Yeah, I wouldn't invest in a cannabis stock. I'd invest in cannabis stock options or invest cannabis ETFs. But I don't think that there is a way, if the market itself for the product can't be regulated effectively, I don't think there is enough risk for reward to purchase an asset that relates to the sale of a legal product.
Well, let's talk stock. Every single stock today, cannabis is up 4% or more.
That sounds about right. That's usually how weed-related news goes. Because it's such a small market cap, it's like almost an emerging market. But it's been emerging for the better half of 15 years, and then when they all got listed back in 2017, 2018. Yeah, SPY just had $2 drop to open the day. So I don't know where it goes from here, really.
Novavax is up 3+. I know you guys are hating on me today, but I'm telling you.
No, Mongoose, were you here when they were speaking about the GME play? Did you really catch what that was about?
No, I was not on. I wasn't. I don't think so. No, why?
Someone said GME play, and my ears perked up.
So they're making money off the volatility on the way up to earnings. I think they're buying $40, like the farthest strike. And then just making money on the volatility on the way up to earnings. And I think the play is like selling it before earnings. Selling the call before earnings.
Oh, so we're wisening up, and we're finally going to be on the sell side of these options. That's good.
Yeah, I think that's.
I mean, if you're
make the money,
talking Hardy's play,
don't give it to the head.
It just hasn't seen the same. It hasn't seen the same effect since the split. It's become really hard to see it kind of move anywhere into earnings. You know, unless you're part of Super Stonk and DRSing everything you've ever owned to buy 20,000 shares in block trade.
I think there's going to be a catalyst, some sort of a catalyst. They're not going to sit on that. I don't think that GameStop's going to be sitting on that $1 billion war chest for too much longer. But that's just my personal views. Like there's no DD behind it or anything. It's just like it just doesn't make sense for them to sit on that for an extended period of time.
I thought they moved most of it off.
No, it's got $1 billion. That's fair. They are a fundamentally sound company. The fundamentals are there. I have
fundamentally sound companies don't pull their earnings call on the day of their earnings call. I'm sorry. I might have to disagree with that one.
Pull their last earnings call on the day of it?
Yeah, last earnings call they didn't have their earnings call on the day on the day of the earnings call. They announced that they're not having the earnings call, and they fired the CFO or somebody. Like Ryan Cohn got rid of somebody high up. So that doesn't sound like a sound company to me. Just saying.
And then all their executives just made a bunch of buys. That does sound like a sound company. I mean, it really does to me. But I mean, it's just personal. That's personal. Personal preference. What you think a company makes a company sound. I think. I think doing what Ryan Cohen's been doing for the past year and a half is the smart move. Close the stores that aren't profitable. I mean, we're moving into a different world, and he's getting ready for it. Retail's not gone. It's just significantly less profitable than it used to be. So, I mean, like I said, I don't think, they got a bunch of money to spend, and I think they're going to use it soon. But I mean, that's just me. Y'all make your own decision on it and whatnot.
When I started trading back in 2009, retail made up about 15% of the daily volume total, and no one gave a shit about it. And then during the GME thing, it spiked up to 21%, and people started really giving a shit about it. And for the last year and a half, it's been back down to 15%, back like it was. About 15% of the volume on a daily basis made up by retail traders. And
well, I mean,
they just
where do you get that number from? Because if you're talking about like on exchange, yeah, but like I see a lot of those orders getting pushed off into dark pools and stuff. So I mean, it's not really, you don't really know what that number is.
Yeah, I mean, also it's true that on a given stock, retail interest might be substantially higher, right? Especially on like the so-called meme stocks. Retail interest is going to be a lot higher percentage there.
The same course of action that I've seen for like the past couple of years of the people following RC have been exactly the formula that brought the short squeeze of GME. I still have the paper, like the newspaper, that was offering the sale of bulk GME shares at $4 a share, and you called the number on the back, and you bought batches upon batches of GME shares for $4. And if we're looking at, one sec, sorry, my baby's crying.
Are you gonna finish that thought?
Sorry, the little one was crying. I had to pick him up. The thing I was trying to draw a conclusion to for that was that it's pretty much the same formula. You're looking for companies that are going out of business, and then what they're doing is their insiders are offering pretty much for a takeover. And if they're not offering a takeover, you can find on who has the lowest market cap, and then I mean, that's really just about it. Failing retail chains. Sorry. Let me take care of it.
What do you got for us, Tech?
Yeah, so Ford just announced its new contract with the United Auto Workers. They raised the salary to $92,000 a year with overtime eligibility and top-of-the-line healthcare. These are people who have a high school diploma, and all they have to do is fucking tighten some bolts. Imagine that.
Ah, the return of the American dream right there. Love to hear it.
Yeah, meanwhile, a fucking college graduates can't find a $60,000 job to pay back their student loans.
Is the employment report coming out today?
It's already out, bro.
Ship sailed.
Yeah, that already
I thought
happened,
so.
bro.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought it may have happened. I'm going to check what it said.
187,000 added in July.
Thank you.
And the market looks like it was cooling off to go back into an end of week pump before the long weekend. So that's why I was swearing to begin. Missed the dip. Now it's ripping.
All right. So, did you guys see that VinFast is below $30? It is about $10 away from making the full run down to below 20, like I said it would.
Were you able to buy options on it?
I mean, it apparently, from what Barron's is saying, VinFast stock keeps tumbling. Why short sellers aren't winning big? It's saying short sellers aren't winning, but I don't see why they wouldn't be. You borrow a stock at $80, and then you know, it's like how can they not
get back?
Yeah, you pocket all that in between. That sounds stupid that they would say that. Let's see what they have to say. I don't understand why they wouldn't be making.
Yeah, I'm getting wrecked on Disney right now. Just wrecked.
It'll recover. I think you have time.
I do. I've got a really long time horizon on this, so I bought it just to hold them. But I bought them at 87 a share, and I thought, like, man, this is great. Getting in at the 5-year low. Little did I know that it would just keep going.
Oh, that's
how you end up holding bags, you know.
Well, Disney's on a bad bag to hold.
That's what I said about
the reason
Shopify
why
for fucking 3 years now.
It says the reason why. I think this is the true short trap. So the reason why why short sellers aren't making money is because
they're broke.
It's because the borrow cost is 350%. So it's actually 3 times the cost of the stock to short it. 3.5 times the cost of it. So maybe maybe VinFast truly is trapping shorts. They just have all the shares and they're like, oh, we'll just tank our own stock and charge people to borrow it. That's where the real money is. I don't know if that's possible, but it sure would be hilarious if it was.
I just walked outside. My neighbors are looking at me like, who is this homeless guy walking around? Anyway. I'm kidding. It wasn't that bad. Whatever happened to the EVTL place that everybody was all bullish on these vertical takeoff drones that allowed you to pilot them. I like it. Allow you to sit in them and fly them around.
Vertical airspace. Huh.
Yeah. People were talking about them a few months ago.
Yeah.
I think the FAA is giving them some more rules as things are getting more and more constant with them.
I mean, flying cars are not really practical. I'm not bullish on that. It's the trade-off is not worth it. The risk associated with being in a flying car versus a normal car.
Why would I want to fly a car when I can fly a plane?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have helicopters, we have planes. If you want to, travel somewhere in a short distance, why do you need a flying car? For cities,
I thought the only vertical takeoff, or like Uber was interested in, were the ones where you got in with passengers, flew to the place, and it opened, and then the mobile came out. That was one of the things that happened maybe months and months ago. That's what the bigwigs are interested in, it seems like.
Yeah, I think Uber already has Uber Chopper in New York City, and it's the Uber Copter. It's not even that expensive. Maybe $300 will take you from Manhattan to JFK.
So
you guys,
I would be putting calls on the Flintstones before I put calls on the Jetsons. Without things are going. Manufacturing can't keep up. Steel can't keep up.
Did you guys see this thing about the new UK government proposal that is actually aiming to forbid investors from actually being able to DRS or physically hold certificates in their name?
Didn't see that, bro. Don't care about UK.
No. Well, I'm sure there's UK people here. It's in the I posted the article in the chat.
Spy is giving me whiplash. It looks like a fucking helicopter trying to take off on low fuel. I think once NVIDIA retests 490 is when the day starts to go green.
Do you think NVIDIA has the power to move the entire market?
I think NVIDIA with Tesla. So we're seeing NVIDIA and Tesla red on the SPY. And maybe we saw a little bit of weight shift during Q3 and we don't know it yet. But that's really what it feels like. Because I can't pinpoint where Apple is really contributing or holding its leg in this. Maybe it's just market cap. But other than that, I don't really see volume doing much on the SPY, on the intraday. Like with Amazon performing poorly this year, it seems like we should be well beyond the 450 mark from where things are at. So something's decaying somewhere, and I really couldn't tell you where. Maybe it's the Google split of last year. Maybe it's healthcare and Berkshire B really not doing much, but it just feels like NVIDIA and Tesla are the pair, the couplings to watch for how this delta plays out on SPY.
NEO is up 9% for whatever reason. Holy shit, it's flying.
Well, China's pumping a lot of liquidity into the Chinese market to support their real estate disaster. So if that's the case, then that bodes well for NEO and companies that rely on interest and stuff to finance their products.
Yeah, even Alibaba is up. Whether Chinese companies are there.
Take a look at yin and yang, see how they're doing. That'll show you how overall China is doing, I guess.
PDD still moving.
The what?
PDD is still moving.
Yeah, yen is up 10%. TTD. Crazy, bro. Chinese are taking over.
I think more and more people every day are going on to Temu and buying. And the holidays are coming, they're going to buy more. They're realizing how easy it is. For me, other than Alibaba's harder to get product in.
Yeah,
I've actually
haven't-
kind of cooled off on Timo because they've been using kind of deceptive sales tactics with their app, where they'll the description is very deceptive, and it makes it seem like you're getting something that you're not getting. So like if they're selling you like the case for something, they will price it in between where the case is and the actual product is, and they will the picture will show the product that goes in the case as well, and it'll be very vaguely worded. You know what I'm saying?
So the reason I want to maybe chime in
just
on
the
this
case.
is I think Temu's trying to be the world's agent. Like if you can sell a product on Temu, you can work very well with a manufacturer. So when the description is vague, what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect the sellers, because in today's market with access to chargebacks, credit accessories and tools, the customer's always right. And if the customer's not satisfied, you're gonna get your money back. So if Temu is a very open-ended platform, unlike Amazon that charges very high fees to even list products and have them sold, Temu doesn't have a warehouse. They're just shipping that stuff straight from the manufacturer to you, and you don't got to worry about nothing, which is as a consumer, that makes you feel better.
What are some good items to buy from Temu? I've never shopped there. Now I downloaded the app, but I don't know what to buy. I mean, I can buy some fucking, I don't know, sunglasses.
They're good for containers. I know that containers, buying containers like Tupperware type containers, storage containers, storage bags.
Think of what China produces best, which is plastic products, or
they're good at art supplies.
China produces everything.
Well, what does China produce best?
Small electronics.
Clothes, plastic, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
it depends on what factory. I don't know if any of you have TikTok, but I follow this guy. His name's Roger Wu, and all he does is he just tours these factories and he posts videos on TikTok of them talking in English. Hi, my name is Roger Wu. I'm with my friend Diane. Diane owns a furniture factory in blah 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 China. And then that's really what you can do to start getting onto that side of because, and here's the thing, I'm pretty biased. I have two TikToks. I have the Dalian TikTok, which is China's TikTok, and then I also have regular TikTok. And sometimes my TikTok page can become very far northern Chinese TikTok, which tells you exactly how things are made, what side of like where manufacturing comes from, what the general consensus of the government may be, how politics are, like what day-to-day life is in there. And it's a very interesting thing. Even though I live in Taiwan, I still have access to these things because of IP and locale and being able to use VPNs to get on the inside of things. It's just a very different thing, or a very different thing, I should say. So Temu, I wouldn't buy anything from any online retailer. Most places in America, you can just go and get what you want. But if you're looking to save money, it's always best to wait the time and to purchase from a website. Always.
Yeah.
If you're not...
AliExpress is pretty good. AliExpress
but the thing with AliExpress or Alibaba is you have to source through an agent. And if that agent's not willing to work with you on freight and handling, you're going to be paying a lot more for that product than you desire. And by the end of it, the time and the energy and the effort that you put into buying this product, it's not going to feel like it's worth the cost of the product. and you're gonna feel like they did
Okay,
one
so
over
let me
on
give
you.
you an example. So I buy my filament from AliExpress. I run a 3D printing business. Okay, over here filament costs $15 to $20 for a roll. Even in bulk, you can get it for maybe $13 a roll. I buy a box of it from over there, and I end up getting it for about $5 or $6 a roll after shipping.
Are you buying from a third party through an agent, or are you buying from the manufacturer?
I believe the manufacturer is the listing party on.
And that's what you have to check, because in China, that $3 or $4 goes a very long way, depending on where you are.
Yeah. So I have a question. Whoever has
I need that info.
3D
Okay.
business. You think your business is gonna be obsolete because if you can buy, your filament for such a low cost, what's to say that instead of 3D printing stuff, you can't just get it manufactured in China for lower cost than that? So why does anyone need your 3D printing shit?
Quality control.
Well, there's a lot more that goes into having something manufactured in China than there is 3D printing it. You can rapidly prototype a 3D print. Whereas if you want to get it manufactured in China, you have to have plates made. You have to have plates CNC for it to be mass produced.
You have to pay a sampling cost. You have to pay the
do
shipping on the sample. You have to tip your agents. You have to
there's a lot
get a
of cost
translator
involved.
sometimes. You have to
Yeah,
ship
but they can do-
interstate through different provinces in China.
They can do 3D
It's almost
printing in
worth
China.
developing.
Yeah.
It's almost worth developing your product here in the United States, having commissioning the end product to be CNC'd into a plate, and then shipping that plate back to China to have them mass produce it. Like, that's almost cheaper than trying to have it done over there. I mean, there's a lot that goes into making a product.
Yeah, and don't forget Timu's getting copyright infringement suits against them now too.
Oh, I'm positive they are. But I don't think AliExpress or what's the other one, Alibaba, are too far off the mark on that as well, because I get a lot of products that are copyrighted here in America that like I get a nozzle that costs $99 here from the company that invented it. I pay $5 for it from China. Wow. so yeah, and it is
Can I
copyrighted
expand
here.
on that idea for 5 seconds, please? I'll make it short and sweet. In China, the products are very cheap because they mass produce them, because the idea can be sold very quickly. In the United States, however, trends are macro trends. They're not just micro trends. In China, you have micro trends. Americans and the northern part of the U.S., North America, is only macro trends. So things move a lot slower due to population size, due to density, due to restrictions on just what it means to be in America.
Yeah, so I work in the automotive space, and so we work with some Chinese companies as well. Obviously, we work with a lot of American and Canadian companies, and like the same part that would take probably 2.5 years to get manufactured in a American company. So you build a prototype, you test the prototype, and you get it ready for launch, for production. 2 years probably timeline. A Chinese company can do all of that in 6 months, and we're all just scratching our heads how they're able to do everything so fast. And they meet all the requirements, they meet all the testing. So Chinese manufacturing is just next level. It's the only reason why we're not buying as many parts from China is because of shipping. There's a lot of the automotive parts are heavy, and you want them shipped. You don't want supply chain constraints when you're trying to sell cars.
So that's why it's really important.
Some of the shit I make.
Pardon me.
What's that?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Pardon me.
Here, I'll post you guys a product that I just prototyped, and now I sell it on my Etsy. I'm not going to do the link, but I'll send you a pic. I'm going to show you guys a picture of it. So
Is that the picture?
No, that's just. This is what I sell to. I have a comic book shop here in Atlanta that I sell.
Okay.
They're having a little contract with. I sell like dice towers and shit like that to them. But here's the product that I rapidly prototyped. It's a wrench for taking screws out of the Jeep. So there's little screws that hold your hard top down, and it's just a little wrench. And it took me like 20 minutes to build it in CAD, and now it's a product.
So why'd you have to drive? Is the Jeep doesn't release that as an aftermarket part?
No, they don't. They don't. They have a couple like more rudimentary ones on the market that are like more like a screwdriver, and mine's more like a ratchet. You just got to spin your hand. You don't have to keep readjusting your grip.
Yeah.
That's why
you just spin it.
And then I guess the
But anyway, that's some of the advantages to 3D printing.
I guess the advantage to manufacturing in China is the cost, but the shipping will kill you. So that's why big business in America succeeds as manufacturers in China. Right now, the shipping industry has been fucked with the price of oil and labor shortages and strikes and what have you and blockades. But did anybody else see where, for like the past 4 to 5 years, Russia and China have been colluding on an Arctic port to try and ship goods around the northern half of Russia rather than straight through, the Baltic or through Europe? Did anyone see that?
No.
Let me see if I can find that article. I mean, yeah, it has been talked about for 50 years, but it's I mean,
I got
look on Google Earth and it's available.
I got some stuff for you guys. You guys got to see this. Let me dig it out. Hold on.
Hey,
This
comic
is
book
definitely
guy.
stock related.
You're a comic book guy?
Stock related stuff.
Hey, comic book guy. I got 50 years of comic books. I'd love to talk with you one day. So, DM me, huh?
Where is it?
Bro, Pin, that's a crazy play.
What is he doing?
Big up today.
Oh. I think I still have him blocked.
He was doing DD on this company, Vive, and it's been going up since he talked about it. It's fun when that happens.
Nice. Yeah. Good for him. Man, long weekend. I'm not going anywhere. Don't want to get drunk every night. Maybe one night.
Well, that means you can get drunk every day if you only get drunk one night.
Sure. I'm not opposed to that, but I want to do some other stuff too.
That's the only thing I miss about the States, is going out on holidays and drinking on the boat or on the lake.
You can go out anywhere in the world. What's stopping you from going out in Taiwan?
I mean, but still, the American spirit.
Fireworks.
Not following you, bro. Okay, I get it. Yeah, Taiwan, everyone's
You know.
probably fucking working.
I mean,
in
there's other
factories.
holidays in other countries, but it's like you fucking go out, crack some brewskis. Everybody wakes up at 6 a.m. the next day hungover, and you have the same water cooler message to everybody. All right, let's get at it, and then back to the
6
same
a.m. bro.
monotonous.
I can honestly say I've never had a beer at 6 a.m.
I'll do you one better. Have a beer at 6 a.m. in the shower.
I never understood the shower beer concept.
Shower
I've
beers.
had a bathtub beer. It was okay. It wasn't that great. I
You
started feeling sleepy.
gotta have a light or a pale ale at like
Hold on,
5:30 in the
Scald.
morning in the
Just
shower.
1 second.
You guys,
How y'all doing?
you guys remember when you would get iced? Like when someone would hand you a Zima ice and you had to chug it? You guys remember that? So
I missed stuff like that.
I didn't get to go to
When
Warped
I was-
Tour, so I didn't get to
That was
experience that.
when I was in college, one of my fraternity brothers replaced the shampoo in the shower with the Zima. So one morning I'm in there and I'm just like, oh no. And then he yells from the other side of the door, you got iced, bitch. And I just had to chug the Zima right there in the shower.
Wait, you had to chug it out of a shampoo bottle?
No. He took
okay.
like where I had the shampoo sitting, he put a Zima ice there in the shower. So I went to grab my shampoo and I'm like, that's not it. I look up and I'm like, oh Jesus.
Oh, that would have been awful if he put it in the actual bottle and you started pouring Zima in your hair.
Yeah.
That would have been worse.
That's the worst thing you can put in a shampoo bottle.
Hey, when you're in college, drinking a Zima out of a shampoo bottle wouldn't be so bad.
You know, actually, I have these things that look like sunscreen bottles, but on the inside they're flasks. And I used to use, well, before I had my kid, when I was younger, I used to use them to smuggle liquor into the local water park, so that way we could get hammered for no money while floating in the wave pool.
Wow. I've done that. I've taken like water bottles and replaced that with like clear vodka. I just mix vodka with water. Nobody
Yeah,
knows.
you could also hide liquor in like a Stanley coffee mug.
Yeah.
We were hiding liquor in our coffees my freshman year of high school.
Damn,
Another angle is there have a vape pen that looks like a highlighter.
Oh, just rip it in public.
I was at this concert and this girl was like, I'm hiding a vape pen in my vagina. I'm like, all right, good for you.
Let me hit that, bro.
Yeah, Tech Monk, you gotta go out and you gotta buy a Coors Banquet.
I don't think it was an offer to hit that, but yeah, she was just kind of like, yeah, I got a weed pen in my vagina. Yeah, enjoy the concert.
Tech Monk, you gotta Uber Eats or DoorDash some Coors Banquet. You gotta leave one in your fridge. You put it in around midnight. You wake up, you start the shower, you set the beer in the corner while the shower's getting hot. You know, you shave shit, you tug your shit, whatever you need to do. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, you got it. You know, it doesn't matter if it's Tuesday morning before you go into work, say, you can do this.
What the fuck are you saying?
And then by the time you crack open that shower door to, you know, get yourself clean, that beer is perfect. It's a little bit of slush. It's great.
Okay.
Great.
That's some
So,
advanced
Sound,
level.
are you going to tell us about this 7-bagger you just secured?
Yeah, Lulu. I got in at 390 and I sold at like 401. Here, I'll post the thing. It was just one option, but I'm like primarily trading the QQQ. It says 666%, but I sold for 90, so it's like 750% or whatever. Yeah,
Very
killer
nice.
play on Lulu.
Yeah, Nerd Bond, I'm going to need that supplier, man. My buddy has 36 3D printers going, and he's got another 30 ordered. I don't know what he's printing exactly,
All right.
but he's printing a lot.
Where is he based out of?
He's based out of Northern Ohio. Sort of in the middle of cornfields.
Yeah, I'll send that information to you.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. doing that at all. I mean, I have an agreement with these guys, but I mean, and I just approached them, so I don't see why he couldn't.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Oh, what's this? Hey, Nerdbone. That's pretty cool. You make that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a resin print.
I've been interested in buying this resin, this second picture. I've been interested in buying that. How much is it?
Oh man. The bull?
Yeah, the picture number 2. Yep. Not the blue one. The other one.
The one that's glowing?
No, that's the blue one.
Hold on.
I'm talking about the other one. The resin, I guess, the dark, transparent one.
It looks like glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, they're both the same. One's just under light.
Okay.
How much is it? Curing bulb.
If you want to sell it, I want to buy it.
Oh, you want to buy the sculpture from me? Oh yeah. I'll sell it to you, man. $50. $50. I'll do that to you for $50.
Nerdbond, do you go to festivals and vend?
DM with me with dimensions. Let you know.
Okay.
Nerdbond, do you go to festivals and vend? Because you could make shit, man, 20-30K at a festival. Like if you have enough, supplies. Because people love this 3D printed stuff.
I don't, but I would love to discuss it with you.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, send me a DM. I'm not doing anything until June, but yeah, I'd love to talk to you about it. Because what we do is we just a lot of people charge vendors like a percentage. We don't do that shit. We just charge them a flat rate, and then they can make as much as they want.
Okay. I would be so interested in that because I mean I have a couple contracts now, but I'm definitely looking for something bigger.
You can also just fill out an application for if you want to go to really any massive festival. You say you're out of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine is enormous, but I think that's going on right now, or it's going on at the end of the month. That might have passed, but you can just submit applications for vendors, and yeah, man, I have tons of friends that just do this shit for a living and they just chill and make stuff all day.
Yeah, that's what I need to be doing. I want to. That was the whole goal, getting into 3D printing, is to where I quit my job and sit at home and make crap. I just haven't fully. Right now, my 3D printing's paying for my trading. So once I get it to where I can pay for my bills with it.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, but I just think that's like a good avenue for you to look at, especially if you haven't considered it. Because yeah, I knew vendors, man, that just made posters for Base Nectar, and they would make every event. They'd make something like $40,000 or $50,000. But there was like 12 of them, so they had to split it 12 ways. So I mean, still pretty good though.
Yeah, that's something I'm very interested in.
Go to those big conventions, other really cool conventions, where there's tons of people there from all over the country buying for their tourist store, buying for their whatever. We would go in there for $1,500, and we would sign about 40 grand in sales that are due in 90 days. So, I mean, you could walk in there without even product. Your product is showing, but to make the product, it's amazing, just amazing.
Scald, I'll send you that information once I get to my house. I'm at work right now. But yes, I'm 100% interested in that. I actually I've networked with the people here in Atlanta. So if for some reason I don't have the capacity to make something, I can offload it to the other farmers I know here. So,
man, you should be able to find plenty of work in Atlanta for festivals. I've almost gone down there several times this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on it right now. I have a couple other Wall Street Bets inspired prints I want to show you guys. I just don't have the time to find them right now. The pictures.
Awesome. Man, I swear, I think I'm wrong about NVIDIA every single time I tell you guys about it. So just maybe inverse me every time I talk about NVIDIA.
So today's a half day, right? In the stock market.
Is
Market
it?
close at 1.
Does it close at
Yeah.
1? Yeah, because it's weekend, I guess. Shit.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I'm asking.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just on like
Yeah.
Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So what's market sentiment look like throughout quarter 3, do we think?
Bullish. Always bullish.
Damn, Pinduo at 103 now. That's also doing very well today.
I told you you're not allowed to talk about that stock.
I'm sorry, Pen. So Lulu is better than the other one because yoga pants.
Now you just gotta mention that I sold Vive too soon.
Did you sell it already?
Yeah. Well, I had some December calls that I exited this morning. But yeah, that was a solid play.
Was
From
that before?
192
Very good.
to 116.
Did you sell before it went up 7%?
So my trading was kind of all fucked up because I bought a bunch right before earnings, so right before the close. Most of those actually got IV crushed, and I broke even on them selling them yesterday. But what I did is at open yesterday is I basically just tripled down, and that's where most of my profits came from. And then I had some December calls that I sold this morning, but a very small amount. Such a weird stock though, like it crushed earnings but didn't move at all after hours, and it didn't even open high. It like opened plus 2% and then floated up. I think it's because it's a public benefit corporation, which means legally it doesn't have the same shareholder obligations as a traditional company that is obligated just to return capital to its shareholders. It has its own kind of charter that includes like capital and public benefits, whatever that means. So a lot of hedgies avoid it for that reason, which is why it didn't have a lot of volume, I think.
To change the subject a little bit, whoever called this yesterday had it right. In less than 24 hours, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour's concert film already broke records. Swift's film also broke records at AMC, topping the highest single-day ticket sales record for a single film.
Wow.
So
that movie's out already, huh?
Whoever called that yesterday about AMC and Taylor's concert had it right, man. It ranks top 10 best first-day pre-sellers for online ticket seller Fandango. Wow.
Is there a stock play with that besides?
Well,
AMC?
I mean, AMC's hard to play, but I guess AMC. We talked about that yesterday, but I wouldn't touch that.
So, to the guy that predicted the numbers of the Taylor Swift movie, what's NVIDIA going to do today? What's your prediction? I'll follow whatever you say. Puts? Okay.
NVIDIA puts? No way.
I've got a prediction that I'm playing. I told myself I was going to take a break, but I'm playing Hymns and Kenview. Nothing too crazy because they have like monthly options and not weeklies. But I both feel like they're undervalued.
You know you're not allowed to take a break from WSB.
Apparently, someone told me that, and I guess it's true. It doesn't work.
Keeps pulling you back in.
Yeah. And specifically on Hymns, so there was a $1.5 million premium options order for January. I think that's strike 9. So, I mean, we're not too far away from January. And they're expecting, see, it's $7 now to go up $2 plus premium. So, I feel like someone might know something. And then Kenview, I just think is undervalued. Like, they have massive amounts of revenue and profit. So their market cap is 3 times their revenue, which is like super low compared to all of their competitors. And I guess you could calculate their PE. It's not giving me one because it's a new company, newly listed.
I think the ARM. Sorry. Yeah, I know
I
you're
was
trying
just
to.
gonna say.
I think you're mentioning like your long-term plays. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. On Kenview, there was also a very large options order. At least for this month, I'm looking at longer term stuff like monthlies and not gonna dive into the weeds of trading daily.
Well, don't mistake large-term option orders for insiders repositioning.
Yeah.
Or for like, you know what I mean? Like just trying to use their covered calls to
Yeah.
Oh, what is it then?
What is the?
How do you explain the large orders then?
Well, it depends. So are they buy orders or are they sell orders?
So these would be, I guess there's multiple ways to classify that. They're purchasing at the ask or above the ask. And I've been tracking the open interest. So they're opening options and not closing options as far as I can tell. But
So
there's
they must
so many
be writing
caveats
options
there.
to sell. And if they're writing calls, that means they're probably on the sale side of those calls. So if they're selling these calls to investors, I'll use that term loosely, it could mean that the put spread is very high and they're trying to make up and collect their premium that way.
Yeah. And that's why the way I try and look at that and disaggregate the kind of hedges versus someone with a very strong feeling / insider information is just look at anomalies. Because hedging happens all the time. What doesn't happen all the time is an anomaly in terms of volume, one-sidedness, etc. But it's hard to match the two. Like you can see two orders and be like, oh, these are potentially from the same person and they've got both calls and puts, so that's a hedge. But making that guess is like impossible. Which is why I just throw it into Python and
sometimes. It really depends on what time the orders come in, and most likely how they're filling their orders depending on the option and what the ask spread is for the option itself. Most hedge funds won't touch it if it's less than 20% spread. Sometimes mostly 30% spread on the sale side of the bid ask. Because of the premium that they have to give the broker. Yeah. The anomalies sound like old GS deception. I think what it probably is happening is if you're seeing large, like what I would consider a block trade, 15,000, 20,000, 30, 45,000 of this stock moving at a time, or even upwards of thousands or 2,000 option orders being written or sold at the same time.
Yeah, that's
probably
definitely a big part of it. And even more than that, looking for round numbers. Because usually if it's a round number, it's a human executing the trade. If it's like some fractional number for the total price, it's probably an algo. But I've seen some pretty strong patterns. Like if it's a flat trade for $1 million, it's probably a human executing that, and they're pretty confident.
So the only other thing I can comment on that algo is sometimes these algos or the algorithms or the bots, however you want to call it, the FPGAs, they do not like to work in fractionals because of the pace at which it takes to process these fractionals, or even these derivatives rather. So you could look at that also on the contrary. Is this bot being funded with $1 million to just make the same trade over and over again? Is this algo the same trade over and over again? Can I trace where these blocks are coming from? And I'm trying to get you to heed this warning, is especially when you're making these plays deep into the retail metaverse of what the financial industry has become. If you're looking to see what these numbers are, and this is going to sound like some real Matrix type shit, if you look at the numbers long enough, you will know what they are saying to you through the numbers. If they have you pinned on a trade, you will know that they have you pinned on a trade. Because these algos will tell you that they bought or sold your position out from under you. And that's when you have to know, do you either double down, like you said earlier, or do you risk a little bit of capital and then retry another trade somewhere else? Cellular boxing, thank you. That's a good point to because there's a fine line between making money and getting burnt by barcoding. Very fine line. Whether you're writing options, whether you're writing, because nobody likes to have their time be worth net zero.
Yeah, and I'd just say it is impossible, I think, for any one person to be able to see all those indicators, which is why I don't even pretend to. I throw all these things into Python, and then it tells me if it has confidence, and then I obviously make a decision on it. What I'm trying to do this month is automate it a little bit more with better idea generation and finding those anomalies. But that's how I found a few trades like PDD and Vive, is I just run it through a screener in Python, and it tells me, this stock
will save your
has
resources
behaved this
because
way.
a lot of these companies pay to have these resources made for them. So if you have every NASDAQ indicator, what you should do is you try to scrub macro information rather than scrubbing micro information and trying to read the tape. If your goal is to make money and not just to trade and have
you have
fun,
to do both. You have to do both.
To an extent,
I think
I would argue.
I mean, I find it surprising that I'm actually even able to compete with the limited information I can scrape on from a retailer's perspective. I do pay for some feeds, but compared to what the industry uses, where they have like data frames of like 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 in size, I'm surprised that I'm able to even like get good ideas from an algo.
Well, they're gonna sell. They're gonna convince you to buy what you want before they sell it to you. They're gonna pin you on the idea.
Pin.
Oh, got it.
Correct.
They're gonna pin.
They're gonna pin.
Tesla is not. Yeah, there you go, ladder ad. Tesla is having a bad day today, down 3.5%.
For now.
That news did that news come out this morning about the Model 3, or was that last night?
It was yesterday.
What was the news?
Price
Did you hear
cut.
the news?
Price cut, inventory backlog.
I'm gonna try to find it.
Did anybody find if the market closes early today?
It does not. Yeah,
I didn't think so.
it's just on Thanksgiving and
So I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I bought more Bed Bath and Beyond at 20 cents.
God,
It's up though.
you hate money.
I mean, I'm green right now, bro. It's at 22%. It's up 5% today. I'm just playing the short term, honestly. Like I really am. I just know it's been volatile lately. So, and the last time it went down to 20 cents, it bounced right back up to 35. So if I can just play that volatility, I mean, just on shares alone, I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not buying call. I'm not buying options.
Holy
I'm not
shit.
really risking
I don't know
much.
how you buy options on a penny stock.
Not really,
Natural
yeah.
gas is flying. Holy shit.
Really?
UNG.
But I wanted to confess. I wanted to confess so you guys can give me shit.
I wish I had your level of optimism.
Well, I know. I mean, like I could sell it right now for 8%. That's a good day. I don't care how you look at it.
8% on 20 cents is still a fraction of a dime, fraction of a nickel.
Yeah, I know, but
Times
the
a
amount,
billion, a million.
the amount of money you spend on the investment will still be. It doesn't matter if you spend $5 or $500. You're still going to make 20% on whatever you invested. So, I mean, you can play penny stocks just the same way you can play blue chip stocks. I just don't do it very
pay
often.
my broker options contract premium.
Right.
I'd rather
Well,
lose to Theta. I'd rather lose to Theta than lose to RC penny stock.
I mean, essentially, I'm not losing anything. I bought $500 worth yesterday, and I'm up
$12.
I mean, more than $12, man. 20% of 500. So.
Oh, you're up $100. 125. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
But still.
I initially bought.
But still, that's $500 too much of a stock that's at 20 cents.
Listen to this. I have a bunch of free shares that are sitting in AST right now. I initially bought in at around like 12 cents, and then when it went up to like 35 cents, I sold a fuckload of it. So everything I have right now was all free. So
well, do you know what they say, right?
Essentially, I didn't risk anything on the play.
You know what they say, right?
free
Never take
money.
a wooden nickel.
free money spends twice as well. Free food tastes twice as good.
Never take a wooden nickel. Why am I getting triple the margin buying power? Is the real thing. My non-margin buying power is like 30% of what my margin buying power is. Very interesting. I have double margin.
Oh, I try not to trade on margin too often.
Yes, I am using Fidelity. What is this? I'm 12. What is this? Oh, dude, they're gonna screw you every which way. I'm just glad I got off of Schwab. Their fucking margin department at Schwab.
It looks like Bed Bath and Beyond's gonna head upward today, which is good news for me.
Hey, Intel is chasing its 52-week high right now. I think it's going to continue running into next year.
What do you guys think is gonna ultimately happen with Tupperware? Think they'll be chopped up? There we go. 6%. Hey, if any of you guys like to lose money, I would suggest you buy this Mullen stock.
What's it worth?
To me, 0.
Nothing. What's it trading at is a different question.
Yeah, good point.
God, it's like it's just eating shareholder value. They need to fire that CEO.
Shareholders, bro. Shareholders don't give a shit. They're all fucking rotting. It's the banks that hold their shares. And Tupperware? Tupperware.
Tupperware and Yellow. What do you think's gonna happen with them?
What's gonna happen to Spy today? I need someone with a fucking magic 8-ball to tell me what's gonna happen to Spy today. Is this the low of the day? Should I hold on to my tits?
Pin, what's going to happen to Spy today?
Pin. Can we roll on Pin?
This will be financial advice.
He's on his way.
The problem with most brokers is how they change their order flow. So it's like in or out. Where's Pin? Oh, he's just mute. Pin's muted. What does Pin have to say?
I'll tell you this, it doesn't look great.
Are you guys watching HCTI? It's like
No, I got tested for that last week. I'm okay.
It's like healthcare triangle group or whatever. They're surging this morning.
I got HTCIX. But not, I don't see that one. Damn, Tesla down almost 4% now.
I think this is just the sell-off before the buyback to sell before close again. Just following the pattern. If
Fridays
it falls
are-
anymore.
Fridays fucking suck.
Come on, Novavax. Put some taste. I need them to drop like a big tasty, some news, man.
Write your own article. Fucking A, man. It's gonna break 450. Oh, shit.
Man, my Tesla.
Should have bought those puts. Oh well.
Let it go, man.
And Spy just crashed.
No, Spy's not crashing. I think it's just finding the retracement from yesterday. It's the level is out on Wednesday. I closed on Wednesday. We're all right.
Yeah, good thing I had that W on Lulu, or because I fucked up trading 0 DTs today.
I forgot about that. I forgot about the Lulu.
Recreational marijuana measures fail in Oklahoma.
Just got out of my Tesla put. I think I'm done for the day. I don't like trading puts on Tesla, even though they do work out a lot. It seems like.
What's happening? What's going on with yellow?
All right, guys. Yep, I gotta hold to this. Y'all have a good day. I gotta get off here. See Tesla going down more.
Commenting like that? I'd be willing to bet if they come down, they're gonna go back up.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Yellow.
Oh,
They've
Yell.
been
What is that?
super
Yell
volatile.
Q? Is it Yell Q now?
It's the trucking company.
Yeah. Is the ticker? Is it OTC now? Is it on the pink sheets? Yeah, it is.
Yes, Yell Q now.
Wow, it's down 25%.
Yeah,
I really
but
don't
I'd be
see
willing to bet
anything just
because of its
free-falling
volatility. I'd be willing to bet because of its volatility that it's going to spring back up.
Now they're bankrupt. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get the best possible price on the most amount of shares they can. So when they go to bankruptcy proceedings, they can just claim the assets that they want. Voting power.
God damn, this fall on Teslas.
It's nothing, man. I'm glad you had to put on that.
I'm already out of it.
Oh, it's going back up. Don't worry. It's literally rubber banding as I speak.
I really don't like ever trading puts on like Tesla or Nvidia or really any tech stock. It's always fucking terrifying.
Well, that's what I was speaking to Monk earlier about how I think they're coupled together because a lot of this sentiment on big money is focused on whatever's hot right now. And what's hot is these Tesla and these Nvidias.
Well, I mean, I think they're justifiably hot though, because
they're both Pelosi stocks.
Yeah, they're
both
not.
Kathy
They're
stocks.
They're not meme stocks.
No, they're Kathy stocks. They're ARK stocks.
Isn't Tesla a meme stock?
I mean, it could be considered a meme stock, but I really don't consider Tesla a fucking meme stock.
Singularity, I have
possibly be?
Singularity, I have like a lot of Nvidia put that I bought for like $4 because I'm a fucking degenerate. But that's all. I don't really have shit other than that, and I think I still have like a 420 on Lulu, but I'm only risking like I'm fine if these options expire worthless. They're worth like $8 right now. I don't give a fuck. So, yeah. I mean, I guess $8.
I want all my money.
But man,
yeah,
I
lost
money.
I lost quite a bit of money to expired options last week. I'm gonna try. I'm trying not to do that this week.
I've gotten pretty good about not like I try not to hold shit overnight as much as possible, and I try to just trade intraday as much as possible, and it definitely reduced my losses by quite a bit. Just because I used to have like 27 contracts expiring worthless. That shit's brutal.
Oh.
All right, but have a good day, guys.
All right, have a good one. Oh, did you get your headliner? Oh.
Oh, like, if he's still listening, I'll get you that info later, dude.
My bad. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying I'll get you that 3D information later. When I
Yeah,
get home.
Nerdbomb. I mean, shit. If you have like a shop or anything, like I could at least lead you to places, even if because our festival is like 2,000 people, but you should really be applying at places that have like 40, 50,000 people, because you'll get obviously 10 times the amount. But also, I guess you kind of run the risk of oversaturation of vendors. But yeah, there's a lot to think about. So
That's why I'm not in the cosplay space. Is because it's just so oversaturated right now. That's like nerd. That's like the nerd economy. So like all the nerds 3D print. So it's like super oversaturated.
Yeah, you gotta think outside the box, man. You gotta go to like country music festivals. I mean, if you, they're pretty fun, in my opinion. I don't really like music, but
I'd be if I was going to country music festivals, I'd be bringing Jesus sculptures.
See, there you go. All right, adios, guys.
And Trump sculptures.
Future's closed from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. Isn't the time they're normally closed?
Or does Trump still have a really strong following?
Oh yeah.
Trump? What do you mean?
Like if I 3D printed like Trump with like an eagle, I don't know, it's just like some grandiose like buff Trump statue. Do you think
Dude,
it would sell?
3D print a black Trump, and you'll make your money. Like with like dreadlocks, for real.
Really?
Especially, yeah, he got booked at Fulton County.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. He did get booked here. I live in Fulton County.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude, Trump would sell at country music.
All black folk love Trump now. I mean, they've been loving Trump, but it's not like.
You do like
I need to
Trump
3D print Trump and then infiltrate the community.
Infiltrate. You don't need to infiltrate. Just post it on TikTok. That's all it is.
Oh yeah.
3D print Did you see that video of the dock fight?
Yeah, the chair.
Bro, you gotta print
I'll
something
take
like
all
3D
y'all's
print
ideas.
like one of those chairs and like hardest hitting award or something like that, because it's you gotta really be innovative. You gotta stay on top of the meme culture. You gotta think about all these things.
Hey nerd, check your DM. I sent you a DM. I'd like to find out how I can get pricing on getting some stuff printed.
Oh, I'll do it for you, man.
Do you need more printers?
I'll print y'all stuff.
If you need more printers, I can get you some from Taiwan.
A
lot of them show up on the
DM
second
me and
market.
I'll give you like way better pricing than else.
I don't need printers. I'm willing to pay someone to do it for me.
That's what I'm saying. I will print whatever you need. Yeah.
I'm not a 3D. I don't do like 3D design or anything like that. So I wouldn't be good at that. But
I can design it and print it and everything, man.
How much do you charge for your printers? Like how much?
I give you a pretty good price too. It just depends on what it is and how involved. Everything's prints differently. Takes whether it needs to be structural or if it's just cosmetic. It takes different amounts of time and filament. So we just have to talk about it. But hold on a second. I'll chat with y'all in a sec.
There's a One Piece live action series on Netflix now.
It is 1111.
It is what?
No, it was nothing. Who's ever out there? Anyone green on Novavax like me today for the first time?
No, I actually got out of Novavax like the day after their 30% pump or whatever, right around the $9 some shit.
Yeah, thanks for the Novavax info. Yeah, I'm long term on that. But thanks. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bye bye.
Take it easy. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as is every day, today and this moment, it is that time. Remember, you got plenty of voice channels, plenty of text channels. Go out, have some fun, lose some money with some friends, maybe even make some. But in any case, you're not doing it here. Have a good one. Good luck. Be careful.